What are you discussing in that meeting? Right. What the fuck did we do last time? What the fuck happened last time? Ah, I see. That's what you're discussing, huh? Why is this? Oh, he's right there. Jesus fucking Christ. How do you play this?
If it was here, Autumn would show me.
What time is it? Daytime. I have a compliment?
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Purchase and require a new hunter hairstyle.
Thanks, Hunter.
What, you don't like my Jesus hair? It's rather rude of you, Ghost Rider. Jesus Christ, man. This hair is so overkill, I know. Are they all 50? Wow, I could just go bald. But it has to be new. Nah, man, give him his other hair back. The 17th century called. Wait, where did you go? Lilith! why did Iron Man just comment Lilith? Lilith! Interesting. Well, where did Ghost Rider go? Went outside.
What's good? Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
Alright. Who do we want to compliment? We'll compliment Spider-Man. Where is he? No, he's fighting in 2 FPS. What? You good, Spider-Man? What the hell is happening? What is he doing? Dirt. They're all recycling now, the gifts. I guess we bought them all.
I am not 100% clear on how Robbie's link with Johnny Blaze works.
Wait, he didn't even say anything, but it worked. It went through, but he didn't say anything.
Tell me you found something good. Let's crunch the numbers.
I don't think I should have done that. Oh well.
This stuff is actionable. Let's. Ready for some hero work?
I don't think I should. Oh wait, never mind. I do have enough to do it.
If I had time, I'd take care of these myself. But I have been accused of hogging the ball before.
What do we want an epic ability for? Nico.
Lucky you caught me in a good mood.
Stay out of trouble.
Oh my god. They're so bright now, the boxes. So easy to tell when they respawn. Wait, what the fuck were we doing last time? Were we trying to do anything special? We did the Deadpool DLC last time. Iron Man and Deadpool. Loop that. It's just its collars just changed. Change the positions.
Hello, Hunter.
Hey.
Is there something I can help you with? You were looking at me funny.
Was I? Huh. You read me so well. I was just thinking about how much you remind me of Lilith when she was young.
You have never really spoken of her before.
I guess I don't like to dredge up old memories, especially the painful ones.
What was my mother like when she was younger?
Better than me, that was for sure. She was the brave one, kind and courageous. Everyone loved her, me most of all. So you can imagine how hard it was for me when she sold her soul.
Must have been devastating for you.
I'm so sorry you went through that. Losing a sister could not have been easy.
It wasn't. But I imagine it must be harder for you. I lost a sister, but you lost your mother.
I was just a baby when it happened.
Still, I know it affects you. She had everything going for her. Everything. Beauty, brains, talent, compassion. She could have done anything, and she just threw it all away for power. What a waste. We should have been a family.
I suppose we have each other.
Yes. Yes, we do. And for now, that is enough.
Forge. Hey, my dog is here.
You are gonna love this. Give me a sec. Okay, what's up?
That's so fucking loud.
Sometimes I even impress myself.
Double up. Oh, I have one of those. You make how many left Bethesda? Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, read about that. That he's, well, I don't know if he's done, but yeah, he left Tango Gameworks. The man left his own studio. Oh, I can upgrade double up now. Hey, I wonder what he's gonna be doing now. You better make God Hand 2 now. Can he do that? Is that possible? Doesn't Capcom own that? Own that series? Oh. Now that'd be funny. he joins Capcom again just to make God Hand 2. I don't know if he would do that. That'd be cool though. That'd be really cool. Joins Capcom to make God Hand 2. And also remasters God Hand 1 while he's at it. That'd be perfect. No. At least give it in. Yeah, at least have some say in it.
No gain. Caretaker said I need to be a team player.
What does this upgrade do? Oh, it doesn't exhaust. That's pretty good.
Haha, nothing's gonna stop me now.
I wonder what he's gonna do now. And I wonder if we'll get Evil Within 3 now. I wonder if that'll happen. Evil Within 3.
Robbie won't stop gushing about Johnny Blaze, and you know what? It's a refreshing emotion.
It's 33% more intel.
See you soon.
Got to pet my dog. Gotta go back down and do that. Wait, he left. Where's my dog? Oh, he's with Ghost Rider now.
What you doing, Charlie?
So I can do it. That Venom mission. The last game we made was fucking nutty. Oh, what? The Hi-Fi Rush game? Oh, hey, we need credits, I guess, so this. Yeah. He made a really good game called Hi-Fi Rush, released it out of nowhere, and then he just leaves. What an absolute giga chat. He's still throwing 16 Deadpool? Goddamn. Gotta level up Spider-Man. All enemies doing complete the encounter.
Serve until the end.
Maybe you can give them a lesson they won't forget.
Is that all?
What the fuck? Why does that do 360 damage? Okay. Probably get rid of the vampire. Yeah, that one, wow, that's actually perfect.
Prepare. Do not try me again.
What is this card? If target behavior change, oh, it's that card. Oh. Probably get rid of the vampire, yeah.
You know, you're pretty good at this.
Thanks, Spider-Man. Next to environment attack costs 0. Damage remove each enemy in an area. How big? Oh my god, that is massive. We could we? We could. We could actually kill them all this turn. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I should know. Because if I do that, that puts... Yeah, that moves them all into the middle. I don't get to choose where they go. But it should still be okay, actually. Yeah, go for it. Oh god, why did he land so far away? Let me do this. Then this is gonna cost 0 and do 383 damage. A little bit overkill, but whatever. Oh, he's actually within reach of that. Oh well, that's perfect.
Looks like it's up to me.
Well, we did it.
Hopefully they learned their lesson. But we all know that's
We completed it in the first turn. Solid warm-up. Captain Marvel didn't even get to do anything.
We still gotta worry about if Johnny Blaze can show up on time and be reasonably lucid. It's not that I don't trust Blaze. I just don't typically
Nobody wants to hang out. What is this?
hotheads.
Don't ask to see what's under the mask. I'll blind you with my good looks.
Oh, that was pretty smooth. No, well, I guess we will just do the main story then. I don't. It's yeah. That's what one's actually trying to make some progress with the main story. We could do the Venom DLC, but no. No.
I'm
not sure I believe Johnny Blaze when he says he'll show up when we need him. But I'm happy to be wrong.
Gothic coloring book.
So, how's the whole saving the world thing going? These should definitely give you an edge. How long did you say you were exposed to this thing? It's probably fine.
Sure, these two.
Later.
New ability to upgrade. Do I even use any of those that I got? Oh, holy shit, her deck is almost fully upgraded. Soul Blast. I do use Soul Blast. But I already have an upgraded version of that. Special Delivery. Do not use that. And I don't think I will.
I took care of that for you.
Witch Storm. Target an enemy, damage them or random enemy nearby. Holy Giga cards. Holy Omega cards that she got. What the fuck? She got 2? Not that. This one's not even worth doing. What did I need credits for? Oh, it was for this upgrade here.
Now we're getting somewhere. This is definitely the coziest war room I've ever been in. Quiet, too.
Yeah, the only one she has that's not upgraded is the Omega ability. So what did I get? I got Witch Storm and Double Up. Well, we already have Double Up. Yeah, and Witch Storm. Okay, enemy damage them or enemy enemies force. Visual potential apply 1 vulnerable. Nah, the swarm is like so much better. And how does Crack the Sky work again? Oh right, that depends on your heroism points. Oh, I forgot to do this before. Whoops. Whoops. Oh well.
Back again.
Oh, no point in upgrading that.
We've
No point in
got plenty
upgrading
of
that
tricks for old
either.
dogs. No excuses here.
Nope. No point in that either.
Do your thing.
Funny how personal this hero business can become, huh, Hunter? I mean, you're hunting your mom, Eddie's being Eddie again. My favorite professor became a giant sewer lizard. My boss's son was a space werewolf.
What?
I even knew a doctor that accidentally turned himself into a vampire.
Must have been hard to fight him.
I am sorry you had to slay your friends.
Whoa, 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 slay? Who said anything about slaying?
Was it not your responsibility to save them from the horrors they had become?
Yeah, by curing them. I don't know how they do things in Salem, but in New York, shooting your boss's son with a silver bullet is usually frowned upon. Yeesh. Neighborhood sure is starting to feel a bit more unfriendly these days. Thankfully, I have May and MJ in my life to remind me what I'm fighting for. Speaking of, better go check in. You wouldn't happen to know the time difference between Queens and, well, wherever we are?
I do not know what a time difference is.
Jesus never sleeps. You
Hey,
need
can
help.
I ask a favor?
Open an arcane chest. Really? That's what you need help with? Well, might as well go open this epic one, I guess. Ghost Rider. We got one for the doctor too. Mix him red. You like Earth Day? Earth Day Doctor. Oh, he also has a night shift. It makes him blue. I prefer the classic Ghost Rider.
It's good to have you. Thank you, Hunter.
No problem. Thanks for the arcane knowledge. Yeah, I don't have any compliments. Yep, but I guess we'll do the Ghost Rider story. We'll finally continue the main story. The hero orb is available to start. Yeah, but that one is not even worth doing. All the devils are here. Does anyone even remember what happened last time in the story? It's like it's been forever since we last did this. Oh, all three are pre-picked for me. Johnny Blaze needs to cut a deal before all hell breaks loose. Let's go try a Ghost Rider really quick. It increases friendship level by 1. Well, then we should probably actually do it with magic, to be honest.
Let's see if you're as good as they say.
Oh wait, no, it increases level. I still do that with magic, cause this game has a story. Believe it or not, it does. It's not just all side quests and side missions. It does in fact have a story.
Talent will only get you so far. Practice.
Twitch, stop twitching! What the fuck, man? They're really having some difficulties today. Or earlier with the Twitch chat. And now the fucking player is buffering like crazy. That nice one, Twitch.
Hunter.
What's up, Hunter?
You'll be looking for the view. Appreciate it, Boxy. Sorry that it's unwatchable. But unfortunately I can't do anything about it. It's all Twitch. And everything seems fine here. On my end. It's all Twitch, unfortunately. Alright, let's go do the... Wait, no. Which door opens up to the full gym? What do you mean? We have one gym, the one outside. I'm so disappointed, Logan. No shit. No chef, no jet, no ginger room. But yeah, it is. Is it? Get used to. Status says it's all good. I guess I haven't updated it yet. Or just not enough people have reported issues and yeah, I don't know. They haven't noticed it themselves.
I am not 100% clear on how Robbie's link with Johnny Blaze works.
But also, wait, what? You can't call a cab? You can't call a cab to your house? To pick you up? They don't drive out there. That's pretty messed up. What? I never heard of that before. But there's some places the taxis don't go. Which isn't, I guess, because yeah, I don't know, yeah, they just don't see it as a global issue. Too lazy for that.
It's not just the Southwest. Look. A rise of Hydra movement in Eastern Europe.
Are you seeing...
Holy disturbance in the force!
I know, right? The controller's dying.
Quite the reverse.
Wake up, kid. If you're getting this, well, we gotta have us a little conversation. Ghost Rider to Ghost Rider.
I'm listening.
In person. Here, at the Mesa. And I need your pit crew too. Counting on you to bring them. So don't screw it up.
Why is magic here? Profile settings. Yeah, and also when there should be a pinned comment at the top of the chat. When I tried to pin that early, it gave me an error too. I had to keep pinning it for it to work eventually. There's definitely something going on. Look at Ghost Rider's weapons.
I think Blaze is feeling bad about blowing me off earlier.
I do not think Blaze feels much of anything.
Do you think Blaze wants to apologize?
Doubt it.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. If we don't come back with the parchment this time...
We are going to come back with the parchment. One way or another.
Man, I just wish I could have brought my...
Oh my god, and your brother Gabe.
What do you mean something is up with Limbo? More soulless? A little more detail would be appreciated.
That's all the detail I can give. But do not worry. I'll stay behind and figure out what's going on.
Please do. And next time you sense some kind of danger with Limbo, come talk to me about it first.
Korasho Bumir.
What did you just say?
Just tell the team I will be watching over them.
Let's roll.
Hear Blaze out, but don't agree to anything. Most importantly, get that page.
Oh, okay. That was a short briefing. Actual cutscene.
Like that, Rox. Time for this story to end. One way or another.
Ghost Rider to Ghost Rider. Just like you said.
And your crew. Good. Because I got us a plan. You want to stop that nasty mama of yours? Stick with me. And keep your traps shut.
Who in the 10 hells do you think you are?
10?
I'm the
10?
guy with the answer to your prophecy problem.
Yeah, watch the 10 fail.
good now? After you.
What the hell?
How funny. Because we're in hell.
Oh, crap. Is that...
Mephisto.
Johnny Blaze, you made it. I'm impressed.
Wait, what?
You're doing the right thing. Can't have that hunter of yours running around off-leash, can we? He's leaving you in good hands. Well, not good. You understand.
Okay, I get it. Actually, I don't. What's the plan here?
Hunter's written all over that page, kid. Further we keep him from the midnight sun, the better. And this place is further as it gets.
So, what? You dump him off in hell with the freaking devil?
Limbo with Mephisto.
There's a difference.
You do realize I can hear everything.
Bastard wants Cathan back less than we do. Count on that.
Coward. You two deserve each other.
Hate me all you want when we get home, kid. But it's the only option.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
He's got a point, Johnny. Our arrangement was for you.
Don't get cute with me, you pig.
Oh, I'd love to see the look on his face when he gets back. But first things first. Let's see if you're worth all the fuss, shall we?
If she's a cat, if he's always a cat, will be refunded. Soulless, well.
You don't mind a little diversion. I promise it won't be any worse than what it did.
Oh my god. Why do I have so many buffs?
Here you are, child of the blood.
Hell's
Enemies.
greatest imposter. Always too cowardly to face me himself.
Your time will come.
Create a drop.
But today,
No.
my interests lie elsewhere.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we don't need this cat at all right now. That works. I was hoping for some Ghost Rider cards, to be honest. Damn.
You were too weak for this fight.
It's got a random card. At least it's got this.
Your mother abandoned you.
Damage an enemy. I want the Monkrusty of Hell, to be honest. If you get Monkrusty of Hell, easy win. Let's do this though.
My strength grows further.
Then let's see. Yeah. This is a beast. Oh, I thought it was the same as this other one. It's just brighter. Oh, and so is that. Well, let's see here. Right, Mr. Ghost Rider. What if you go over here? That should kill the other one too, because he's gonna explode. Perfect.
I'm impressed.
What card did it discard though? Oh, I got Blade Storm. Only it's a very tiny circle. Okay. That's as good as it gets. Go for it.
I had hoped for a challenge.
Omega Blade Storm. Level up.
Coming back to me.
Now I finally got the Monkus Steel of Hell. Excuse me. You good there, Ghost Rider? Is he gonna keep running though? You good, man? Where are you going? Oh, Jesus Christ. He wants to finish this quick, I guess. He's in a hurry, Mr. Ghost Rider. What can we even do? Positive or any direction? Yep, go for it.
I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
I have so many fucking cards. 250 damage. Yeah, Scooby, that's a bit overkill. Wait, could we? No, of course he's not within reach of that. Pendant Stare. 542 damage. Oof. Oh, yeah, might as well.
Now that was something.
So many cards. It's got a random card. No, I am not risking that. I don't want it to discard any of my Omega cards. Now this we could do though. Yeah.
I call.
And then is Ghost Rider perfectly positioned? Yep, he sure is to kill this guy. Ooh,
Leave some for the rest of us.
I have to do that 4 more times. Well, at least we look at all the fucking cards I have. Oh, we cleared out the first wave.
Show no mercy.
Oh
Is
my
no one
god.
else concerned about where we are?
It may look like hell, but don't believe your eyes.
I have too many cards. Is this a slide? It is. Oh, it costs 2 though. Is there even a way for me to get that? Get rid of this guy. Oh, wait. Didn't I give me the same thing back? Hey, what's that guy doing? Why is that one right here? What? Can I line it up to get both of them? Or is it just because it was shaking? That. Oh my god, that killed all of them almost.
I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
How many cards do you even have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 fucking cards in my hand. Hacking. And KO draw another card. Chain free lifesteal. Oh.
It is time.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Can I even kill the last one? I mean, it could, but I don't have to do that. I have 2 drain soul. I have 3 drain soul cards. Okay, get rid of one of them. No, oh my god, it gave me another Omega combo. I have 2 of those now. I mean, I guess I have to do this.
You had your chance to escape. Once again, Lilith's servants fall.
Next wave.
More souls come for judgment.
I've encountered all sorts of unusual beings through the ages, but you, little hunter, are something truly unique. Your very existence is against the rules.
Your words are meaningless to me, demon.
You'll come to understand me in time. They always do.
I need more AoE cards. Oh, right, I just need 1 more hero card. 1 more heroism. Oh, yeah, I guess I have to do this. Yeah. I can buff our cards even more, I guess.
The advantage is mine.
They should still explode, right? Or is that over? I don't know. I don't know if they're still gonna explode or not. I guess we're gonna find out. fucking chain this 4 times. Jesus. Ah, yeah, no, they don't explode anymore. 156 health. Heal. The man has 411 health. Ghost Rider has become unkillable.
You have earned this.
Return to your mother.
It removes fast travel? Oh boy. And you need a... Oh my god, Yoki, now that is fucking hardcore. You're gonna be running all over the place? Oh my god. It's gonna like take several days in game. And go to one place to another. And you're gonna have to sleep and eat regularly and everything, just like in real life. Give me a card that I can use. Thank you. I mean... Yeah, I mean I have to, otherwise I can't do anything.
All the help I need.
Isn't this a... Yeah, it's a final move. Get rid of this. Give me a card that I can use. Oh my god. Oh, they're both going for Ghost Rider. It's okay. He has a 411 health. He should be okay. And I after using his ability. I mean, I guess I could still get rid of one of them. Let's see. Wow, he's just gonna be free off lethal. Oh yeah, give it to this guy.
Is that the best you've got?
Holy shit. Exactly, like what the fuck, that's hardcore. If you're in like a cold area, you have to account for like, yeah, keeping yourself warm too and everything. It's fucking rough. Man, but that still, that could probably be so much fun and such a cool experience if you did that too in VR. All or nothing. Oh, yeah, that would have been cool, yeah, if you could tweak it to your own liking. Tweak it just how you want it, the mod.
Only add to your penance.
So that's a really, really sick mod.
Though I had heard your little team was making trouble up there for Lilith.
You haven't seen anything yet, but your time will come.
I guess I'm buffing my cards again.
Let us see if they have an answer for this.
Is this the final round? I don't know. How wide is this? It's just on one target. No, wait, go over here, Ghost Rider. And then it's time to Monk Steel of Hell. Do you think this is the last round? Holy fuck. So many skulls. Yep, that seems good. That should be able to kill that. Then after that, there should only be 2 left. Right. So then after that, there should only be 2 left. Let's see if I could kill those 2 somehow before we. Oh, why did it give me this again? Give me something else. I mean, I guess the cats are gonna get discarded anyways. So. Thank you. Not enough to kill. Fuck! Damage an enemy.
You were unprepared.
Then the creation class. Oh shit! So you could even do that on console. Even get that mod on console. Yeah, no. We gotta do the hell ride. The Monkestie of hell. Is that? No, that's not. Is that? Yep, that's what it was. Fishing, Pog. We love fishing. Let's go. Monkestie of hell. Jesus Christ. That's a bit overkill, but hey, we got it.
Stoke the fires of hell with your soul.
Give me a brand new set. Right, because it refunds it for every kill I get. Yeah, I mean, might as well just kill it. There we go.
Pathetic.
Set up a tent anywhere.
That's the last of them, but stay
Send
on
up
your
a tent
toes.
anywhere and just go fishing. Yo, that sounds sick.
Already your efforts send shockwaves across the multiverse, Hunter. Your mother will be so proud.
I am just getting started.
Good.
You're pointing at him with a stun platoon. Nice.
Usurper! You forget. You are not the ruler of Limbo. I am.
Ileana, nicely done. You always were so gifted.
So gifted, you've stole me from my parents. Twisted me into a living weapon until I cast you from this very realm?
I mean, yes.
This is starting to sound familiar.
I have reopened Blaze's portal, as well as a few others. Leave, now. Mephisto and I have some catching up to do.
Ah, a minor inconvenience.
Of course.
I thought I had lost you, child. I am pleased you... The page! He carries the page. Retrieve it for me!
Come and get it.
Well, they caught up quickly. She came back quick, magic. Right, how does this work again? She summoned altars.
Out
Right.
of the frying pan into the fire. I hope you've got some fight left in you.
On that, we are agreed.
But that sucks. That Via doesn't have creation clubs. Seems a bit stupid. That it doesn't have its own. Boss will knock back in any direction. Yeah, sure, let's do that.
I am impressed.
He'll wall the town. I can't, it's not that expensive, is it? I don't know. Is it really that badly expensive, the creation club stuff? Is this the drop thing? Why do I even still have this card? Yeah, one that thing has 200 health. Ooh. $60 for anniversary edition. This is a bit pricey for like an over 10-year-old game.
Was that truly your best?
Rio eat. If I actually get rid of this guy's shield, we could kill the Nest Mother this turn. Yeah. Put it on the wish list. That way you at least know when it gets put on sale. Okay, so if we could do this and then hope it doesn't discard this card. If it discards this card, then we're kind of fucked. Oh, but wait, no, I don't even think I can do this because this guy's immune to knockback. Yeah, no, I can't even do that. That's a bit unfortunate. That is way too expensive. If I do this on him. Right. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, we should be okay. Yeah, we should be one okay. Yeah.
Accept your fate.
That's your strength.
It was 75% off on the 12. No, just a couple of days ago. Yeah, it'll probably go on sale again here during the summer sale. Maybe even the Easter sale. Exactly. This Skyrim, it always goes on sale. Damn right. They're not even talking to anyone. Yeah, so get this. Right now we cannot do the Omega combo and actually kill her. Yep. I like how the other monsters are just there too. Photo bombing the scene.
We've done it. Excellent work.
That wasn't that bad. You know, like direction, that's what it would taunt every little on the battlefield. Yeah, but who cares? The encounter is over.
I can already feel that page twisting inside me, you know? Who's to say I won't?
You are not Blaze, Robbie.
But I led you straight to him. Played right into his little game. If Ileana hadn't been there...
But I was there, Robbie. As you are always for me. It is time we go home.
I'm gonna find him. Blaze. And when I do...
You will know the true face of vengeance.
Smooth. The auto mods don't work with the Gallic version. Feels budget, man.
Blaze tried to sell us out and we're still going to trust him?
Sounds like they're being a bit too lazy, yeah.
That doesn't sit right with
Talk
me.
to
Hunter.
Robbie, talk to Magic.
Blade and I, we've worked with Johnny before.
Where are they? Wait, what? He's in the garage, Ghost Rider? No, when Magic said back there.
What? You're surprised Blaze gave up the parchment of power?
Robbie's hero worship is among my chief works. The Parchment of Power is here, within the walls of the Abbey.
I assume you overheard Robbie or someone talking about it.
No, I could feel its power the moment it arrived. It was a numbing dread, the likes of which I have never experienced before. I worry for Robbie.
Do you not think he can handle it?
Sarah and Strange probably won't bring this up around him, but that parchment is not just random Latin phrases. It contains the words of Chthon himself. They are as dangerous as nuclear weapons.
Parchment is safe here.
Do not worry. It is better to have the parchment protected here with Robbie in the Abbey than out there in the world.
Maybe you're right. But knowing it's so close to us still makes me uneasy.
The page will not be with Robbie long. If Stark's plan succeeds, we will be rid of Chthon's only toehold in our world.
Perhaps. The parchment is just one page of many, all carrying Chthon's vile message. Those pages were scattered across the globe. The hope was that they would remain hidden forever. Yet man, in his infinite wisdom, decided to collect them and bind them into the Darkhold.
And now Robbie has the final page.
I pray he is strong enough to carry it.
Roger that.
Perhaps Ileana mistrusts me because my facial hair...
Doggo.
You are the best girl. You know that, right?
Hey, hold up. Is that already a room for Venom? Do you already have his icon on the wall somewhere? Doesn't look like it.
Look at me. You've gone through so much, and here I am getting comfort from you like a selfish jerk. Almost as bad as an Avenger. You're not that bad, Ilyana, I promise. Liar. I might as well put on a cape and start calling myself doctor. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Doctor.
You saw your tormentor today. That couldn't have been easy. It's good to have you back, sister. It's good to be back, sister. We'll finish this conversation later.
Don't mind me
Looks like someone
eavesdropping.
wants to talk to you.
Don't mind Jesus
She's all
eavesdropping.
yours.
I have no idea.
Blaze's master plan was to entrust the parchment of power.
It's all in the right ear.
Bravo,
It's about in the right ear. Nice mixing game. Yeah, I noticed it too. As soon as the cutscene triggered, I was like, what the fuck, man? Why is it only my right ear? The hell's going on here? Nice mixing that you got, game. What? What?
What?
What? The audio...
What?
Her talking only came from the right ear. For some reason, even though she was on the left side of the screen. Very, very nice mixing game.
Mephisto was behind the Solus? Why did you not tell me, Ilyana?
Because I didn't know for sure. It was not easy to face him, you know. But the support of my friends, like you, gave me the strength to do it. In a way, I owe him everything, even though he took everything from me. He made me Darkchild, gave me the gift of ruling Limbo. And today, I booted him from it. And it wasn't the first time.
Why is there two evil options? They were thinking of taking the throne again?
What?
Ah! Jesus Christ. Can you tell you're grateful to him? I'd like to hear about the first time. Think of taking the throne again?
Have you considered ever resuming your reign as
Don't
ruler
laugh
of
at me, Ani.
Limbo?
Ruling sounds attractive from afar. You imagine yourself on this giant throne made of 1,000 skulls, having servants fulfill your every whim, having power over everything
Not funny,
and
Arnold.
everyone you see.
I just told you, it's not funny.
That is not the reality. Being in charge is full of administrative work, managing ungrateful minions, making and keeping demonic pacts. It's boring and arduous. And I don't do boring.
I can see that.
Besides, what would the Midnight Suns do without me? My place is here, tormenting Caretaker and Strange. Well, that's enough about Limbo for today. We must look forward to the challenges that lay
Tea
ahead.
arrive.
Sleep well tonight, Ilyana. You deserve it.
Good night, Hunter.
He's looking at books! Oh my god. Ah! He's looking at bookshelves. Online. How dare you, Joe?
Mephisto can never be trusted, ever. He's the king of creeps.
But thank God there's no T1000s in this game. Unlike in Hitman, that just tank the bullet and stand right back up. What are you, what the fucking... Oh no, he's here.
Yes, sir?
I'm looking for Llewellyn Moss.
Did you go up to his trailer?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
I'd say he's at work. Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
I can't say.
Where does he work?
Sir, I ain't at
Look at
liberty
Ghost
to give
Rider
out no
moving.
information about our residents.
What?
Where does he work?
Wait, did it freeze? It froze. Well, like, where does he work, though? She's thinking about it.
Did you not
Oh!
hear me?
See?
We can't give
Did
out
you not
no
hear her?
information.
Where does he work?
Where does he work?
Where does he work?
It's not the
can't
same
say.
as having a piece of the Darkhold stuck in your chest, but it also kinda is. Sucks about Blaze, though. They say never meet your idols. Not that I can blame you. Who wouldn't want to hang out with Johnny Blaze?
Do you want to leave a message?
Where does it work?
Where does he work?
Where does it
My
work?
Aunt May has a saying. Living in worry invites death in a hurry. Yeah. and if you
Wait,
like
did it
that
freeze
shit,
again?
more where that came from.
Oh
I think
my
she
god.
learns them from crypto quips in the newspaper. Hey, you should come over for dinner one of these days. You know, just to be friendly.
Yeah, she's just like, come on, man. Leave. Feels weird, man.
Rotten eggs. You missed a spot. Just kidding. You've covered all the spots about 50 times now. Look, feel free to say something if I'm getting
She's
on your
constantly
nerves.
stuck there for the rest of the stream now, I guess.
I'm kind of busy right now.
Cleaning your car?
It's gotta be done. If I don't, no one else will.
Oh, you fixed it. Good job, Bonnie. Now, you made him leave. He couldn't handle being laughed at by Arnold. Hmm. Oh my god. Oh, you have to carry the parchment.
I am sorry. You are stuck with the burden of the parchment, Robbie.
Don't be. It's fine.
Mine is one.
If you need help,
I said it's fine.
if there is something you need to get off your chest,
You mean like the parchment? No, it's in there pretty snug. I'm doing great otherwise. It's not like any major life role models attempted to sell us out to Mephisto recently.
Robbie,
Thanks for checking on me, Hunter. Later. I just want to be alone right now. Thanks.
Alright.
I see things are going well for you too.
Now we sleep. Why is everyone moving like that in a PowerPoint presentation? Yo, sick FPS you got that game. What? What's that move called?
And that bothers you?
No, not at all. Why would I care? She can do what she wants.
I was gonna practice with Robbie, but he ran off to clean his car with
Oh my god, you clipped it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like you're the one who's bothered.
Like you said, Robbie can do what he wants.
And you named it Sir. Just the Sir. How perfect. Sir. You forgot what you were doing. Oh no. That's me most of the time. Well, I guess it wasn't anything too important then. Excited her? Brr? But her? What was it that I was doing? Her? For her? Hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully it wasn't too important. If it was, then hopefully I'll come back to you here in a bit. A few days later, just out of nowhere, randomly just, fuck! Wait, I remember now. Fuck, right. That's what I was supposed to do like 3 days ago. Fuck. Whoops. That's it. Whoops. You to upgrade your free. What the hell? Why is that a brain emote? What? Alright. Yeah, exactly. I need that too, honestly. I need to upgrade my brain too. And maybe remove a few things from my brain too. Because all I can think about right now is DBD. Get that next-gen brain, exactly. Need that next-gen brain with an inbuilt SSD to remember things fast. To load up memories fast. At the end, I wanted to reach out and see what you were doing. Why? I've dealt with creatures as powerful as Mephisto, though I can leave some scouts. I was aware you have history with him. It's not my business. I'm not asking for details, but I can talk about it if you want to talk about it. I am fine. Sure, the war room is usually empty between 11 p.m. and 1 p.m. I welcome any distraction from paperwork. I probably won't be there. Cool. But I might. Cool. Okay. Wow. Solid convo. Nice. Oh,
Stop being
cutscene.
so defensive and listen to us, Robbie.
We're just worried about you, that's all.
No need to be worried. I got this.
I don't think you fully understand what you're carrying. The parchment packs a lot of evil.
And what? You don't think I can handle it? I'll have you know that you aren't the only one who has a corner on controlling darkness. Just ask Sparky.
We're just concerned.
Concerned? You're starting to sound an awful lot like Caretaker, Nico.
Since when did you become such a jerk?
Since he started carrying that damn page, that's
Why
when.
don't you worry about yourself, Blade?
Why have you in my
Whatever you
right
say,
ear
Robbie.
or left ear?
Why don't you go find Peter?
Wait, what the fuck?
Maybe I will. I'm out.
What is this audio mixing? What? Yeah, it's left
Well,
ear.
we tried.
The parchment of power is no joke. Then again, neither is Robbie. Let's just hope he's right and he can handle it.
Yeah, let's hope.
Nice, man. Audio was only in the left ear there. If it keeps going like this, we're gonna have to switch to mono. Mono audio. The doctor needs help.
Hey, can I ask a
Hi.
favor?
Craft free recipe.
Thanks, Hunter.
Need that next gen brain.
I'm actually agreeing with you, Nico.
Wait, you're what?
Wait, you what? You what, mate? You what, mate? Oh,
Lovely, dear. You're a natural.
I don't even know what I'm making. I just created 3 random things to make the doctor happy. Wait, I have a compliment?
Good to see Wanda back with her team.
We are asking a lot from
What is that?
Maybe too much.
I don't have a compliment.
To you too.
Thanks, Hunter.
No problem, doctor. The spy already have that. Have 3 of them now.
Have time to talk, Hunter?
No.
I saw you witnessed our disagreement in the hallway earlier.
I did.
Yet you didn't say anything.
I did not.
The parchment contains some of the darkest, most twisted magic that's ever existed. Robbie's my friend, but I don't think he's strong enough to withstand those forces. If he doesn't pass that page off to someone else, it's going to consume him.
Stronger than you realize. He's
Robbie
ghost
is
rider.
tough. Tougher than you realize.
I wish I could share your
Minus
eyes, Hunter.
1 heart?
Everything related to the dark
Are
hole
you
turns
serious
my
right now?
stomach.
Maybe so. But I have complete faith
Why
that
did you
Robbie is
not
strong
like
enough
that?
to carry the parchment for as long as we need him to.
How much longer is he expected to hold the page?
We are all waiting on Stark. Until he can finalize his plan to destroy it, we wait.
All I can say is Stark had better hurry.
Let's talk to Ghost Rider. Actually, no. I gotta go down. Do all this stuff down here.
Give me a sec. Okay, what's up? Sometimes, I even impress myself.
So I want to hear from the Abbey. Ooh, yes. I don't have this? Might as well. Might as well just get it. I don't think I'm going to use it, though.
You know, I really could do just as well without you loitering back there.
How else am I going to steal your secrets?
Damn it, accelerator.
I doubt you'd
Could you remove the subtitle so I can read what it says at the bottom?
Whoa, wait a minute, Can it be? Did you just make a suit joke?
I didn't hurt its feelings, did I?
2 in a row. This is a major breakthrough for you. I'm so proud I could be here for this moment.
I'm
Research cannot be started yet. Probably because I gotta go talk to Ghost Rider.
Until next time.
Time to take it to the next level.
Summon a hero from the Abbey 2 turns. Now, do I even have that in her deck?
Later.
I do, actually. Interesting. Yeah, but hold on. I'll be right back really quick, gentlemen. I gotta go piss. Be back. I'm here. Seems like it went AFK right as the Gov rated us. Well, the Gov is here, everyone. You know the drill. Time to switch to DBD. His favorite game. Yeah, but hello, Gov. Appreciate the raid. how'd the stream go?
Something about Jeremiah Kane's statue drew me. Guess it's that old spirit of vengeance connection, huh?
Like you, Kane carried more burdens than any one man should.
Yeah, so he knew how the big honor could also become a curse.
Do you feel like you have been cursed?
Absolutely. I mean, it's
Absolutely.
awesome to be one of the Midnight Suns and have the incredible responsibility of carrying the parchment of power. But it also really sucks.
No, but you said it would be easy.
No one ever said our tasks would be easy, especially now.
I get it.
Plus one,
It
huh?
would just be nice if the price of failure wasn't, you know, the end of the world.
Blaze's betrayal probably soured your outlook.
About that. I keep thinking about what happened back in Limbo. Right before all the fighting broke out, when Blaze told me you were the key to the parchment, the prophecy, all of it. And that if we took you out, the world might survive.
Robbie.
I know what you're gonna say. Don't trust Blaze. I get it. Which is why I'm thinking I should read this parchment for myself and find out exactly what caused him to get so worked up about you.
So you're tired of us. That would be very dangerous. I don't think he's gonna
The forces of the parchment and the Darkhold are not to be trifled with, Robbie. You cannot expect to read the page the way you would a normal book.
Oh boy, here we go. More of that. This is beyond you, Robbie. I've been hearing this junk since I asked to see my first R-rated movie as a kid. Guess what? I snuck into those movies and I can sneak a peek at the parchment.
Trust me, this is not the same as childhood misbehavior. You are gambling not just with your life, but the lives of all of those who love you.
Fine, forget it. I'm not gonna read the page. Happy now?
I am relieved, yes. But what are you going to do instead?
I'm gonna do what I normally do. Sit and worry. And hope Stark hurries up with whatever he's building in the forge.
That may take a while.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear you say that. After all this, I better get a statue of my own around here.
Good point. You should.
Just tell me. I already told you. That was just a bunch of hocus-pocus mumbo-jumbo. Authored by the hand of a corrupted elder god, vile, unspeakable evil power contained within its pages. I get it. The Darkhold is bad. But I'm a scientist. I need facts, examples, highlights, lowlights.
Are you really asking me for a book report on the Darkhold?
I mean, I could just blast the page to smithereens without knowing the context, but understanding it is so much more interesting.
Context or no context, I'm still skeptical that your plan will actually work.
Well, okay, then share your deep insights with me, Dr. Spooky. Come on, spill the beans.
I have no beans to spill, Tony. I think I need some fresh air.
Wait, why did that end like so abruptly? I think I need some fresh air. It just cuts off. Oh, he like cut off mid-sentence.
Oh, hey. I guess you're wondering why Strange and I were getting into it.
I saw enough.
He gets so huffy and precious when it comes to his magic stuff. Everything has to be shrouded in mystery, like he's on stage in Vegas or something. I think he's afraid I'm going to turn around and become an even greater sorcerer than he is.
I don't blame him.
Well, Tony, you are a bit competitive. I would not blame him for becoming a bit territorial as a result.
Aw, there's nothing wrong with a little friendly competition, is there?
I do not think Strange sees it as friendly.
Well, when he comes back, I'll try to smile bigger. Maybe that'll give him a hint.
Surely there is a way for you both to work together in harmony.
You'll never catch us in the same barbershop quartet. But, given enough time, I'm sure I can reverse engineer an Elder God's programming language. Sure, you may not be able to understand what I'm saying, but that's not my problem.
So you think the Darkhold is no different from some fabulous bit of technology?
Oh, absolutely. And like any other fabulous bit of technology, it's only a matter of time before I figure out how to do what I want to do with it. Every problem has a solution, my resurrected friend. And I'm going to find it.
The famous last words. I believe you can handle it.
It will be a challenge, but I know you can handle it.
Well, you don't have to tell me twice. Actually, you can tell me several times. I'm such a shameless sucker for praise.
And what about Strange? Are you going to let him sulk?
Oh, I'll find Dr. Spooky later and explain my position clearly. Make sure he understands.
It might help if you stop calling him Dr. Spooky.
Dr. Spooky.
Yeah, you're right. I should use his name. Stephen Spooky.
Stephen Spooky.
I give up.
Mr. Spooky.
Don't give up yet. You need to get the research going on the Gamma Accelerator. I've got the pieces and Dad's research, and I'm ready to go. I'm serious about getting the research started. Parchment isn't going to blow itself up.
The magic highlights, Tony. Here's your highlight.
How long is that going to take? A day?
Tony,
yeah, everything takes... Wait. Yeah, everything takes a day.
If you find more coil, send it my way.
Dr. Spooky wants to talk. Wait, my dog.
What you doing, Charlie?
What the fuck?
Careful, Hunter. Punches are flying fast around here.
Wait, no, keep going. You see that fucking Doctor Strange is going to town on that punching bag.
I came out here to cool down. Carol kindly suggested I work out my frustrations on the punching bag. Her suggestion was wise.
I am afraid I know the source of your frustrations.
If you think this source has got salon-sculpted facial hair and an ego the size of Montana, then you're correct.
Stark is just being stuck. Come up with a better plan. Wow, that's so mean. Guess that's why that's the evil option. Come up with a better plan for it. Stark is just being stuck.
Surely you understand this is how Stark is with everyone else, do you not?
I understand it, intellectually. Yet the outrage still burns in my heart.
Fair. Just do us all a favor and try not to break his jaw, all right? We need him in one piece.
Damn right.
The problem with Tony is
Strange is fucking ripped in this.
Cavalier. I suppose that attitude has
He
contributed
could
to
kill
his success, but he can't do it
Mexican
with the
Tony
arcane.
Stark with one hit.
It's a completely different realm. One that will deal him a brutal defeat if he doesn't change his ways.
You do not think he can destroy the Parchment of Power?
I don't think he understands just what the page represents. His whole life has been ones and zeros. The forces that shaped the Darkhold were powerful long before
Welcome back, Gov.
numbers or technology. They exist outside of the theory of relativity or quantum mechanics. They are elemental and esoteric as the rules of the dream space.
I hope the two of you can reach an understanding.
If he wants to work things out, he knows where to find me. Hopefully, my aggressions will have been worked out by then.
Oh my god. Keep going.
Salutations, Hunter.
Giga Chet Strange going to town on the punching bag. Oh, he stopped. Oh, so you didn't finish it? Didn't finish the DLC? That's no surprise, though. That doesn't really surprise me that the trophies are a bit bugged.
Starks asked for his... Thanks for checking in on Robbie, Hunter. Did he mention that he promised to take me for a spin in the Hell Ride?
Los Diablos. I sure you just finished his story.
Thanks,
You
Hunter.
didn't become best buds with him, though. I guess I need intel, right? Yeah. This one will do. Destroy device. Ballot Witch. One gamma coil card reroll. That seems so odd, but okay.
Evil doesn't take time. Neither should we.
All trophies being bugged. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the hell's happening. It seems every trophy nowadays is bugged.
All right then.
Especially you had the Hogwarts Legacy trophy being bugged. And then that new game that came out, Atomic Heart, also has bugged trophies. Can't get the patent that either. And now the DLC trophies of Venom here. Wasn't there another trophy in this game that was also bugged? This is just here, right? I forget what this does. Oh, it was the platinum itself that was bugged here. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess we're just really unlucky lately. Every game has bugged trophies nowadays. Oh, it gives you a discard. That's what it does. Okay.
How are we gonna destroy that page? I'd offer to use the step.
What was the Deadpool one? Nah, yeah, no, we don't need that. I think Wolverine show. It's 3 or 4 missions. It's not too long. Isn't that the same length as Deadpool? Wasn't his also 3 or 4? Wait, the next mission is magic, so I probably should use magic. Spider-Man. No, maybe not. No, Spider-Man.
We've seen what those rift charges can do. You can't allow Hydra to detonate them here.
I haven't done any of them. We haven't done any of the Venom missions. Probably won't do that. I probably won't do any of them too.
Just focus on destroying the charges.
Until all the DLCs are out.
To overwhelm you eventually.
I don't see a problem with that.
On the quick. Actually, does this do 360? That is insane. I did the Deadpool DLC. I sure did. But I mean, that's because he's Deadpool, you know. He's an exception. We love Deadpool. Can't chain back to the same one. I guess we could do that. Actually, wait, hold on. Bag it any direction quick. Yeah, okay. Let's move you over here in that case. Oh, Venom. Yeah, he'll have to wait until all the two last DLCs are out.
You're pretty good at this.
Morbius, exactly. This Star Machine. I can't remember who the fourth one is. Is she the fourth one? She's the last one? Yeah. Yeah. We'll wait till those two are out. But doing the rest of the DLCs. So we can do them all in one go, perhaps.
Let's try this.
Wait, what? Lost 5 hours of progress? What? In Skyrim? What the fuck? How did she vanish? What happened? You fell through the world or something? Oh no, it's out of reach.
Oh, this should be good.
Oh, you have no idea what happened to her. She just kind of vanished. You just kind of noticed she wasn't there anymore. Just like, what? Huh? What the happened? Where did she go? Madam, please.
Not looking good for you.
She went to the shop. Yeah. She went to get milk and never came back.
Ooh, I like it.
Maybe she'll fix the trophy soon. Clueless. Don't tell him. Completely clueless. He's completely unaware. Hey, okay, so it's not completely over the mission. Your playthrough. Always reload to save. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else I can... yeah, no, there's nothing else I can do this time. Still, though, yeah, that...
You don't know who you're messing with.
That's really demotivating. Losing 5 hours of progress because of that. It's
I think we've got company.
pretty stupid. Pretty unlucky. Fix your ship if it's the damn right. It's been, what, like 10 plus years? And it's still buggy as all hell? Come on, man. Get your shit together. I an enemy to explode at the start of that turn. No, we don't want no. We don't want to. Don't tell us what to do.
You're not going to like this.
You're lowering the difficulty. Hey, yeah, we gotta do what you
Was it worth it?
gotta do if the game screws you over like that. 16 plus often. Let's just stun some. Give me another card. Much better. We going to fix nothing. No.
How long have you been waiting to do that?
No, you can't make us. We ain't fixing nothing. Target explodes. That feels like a waste. How about we just buff ourselves and see what happens next turn?
To battle.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think we're done just yet.
But you're still pissed. I had no idea that the trophies were buffed.
That's what you want.
Stop giving me Scarlet Witch cards. Look at the area. Enemies within the area attack each other. Is he gonna attack? I want to see that. Yo, guess what? Oh, not sure what happened. Did they shadow release Knack free? What happened? Do this first, though. Oh, you still haven't remembered? No. Still hasn't come back to you.
You should probably see a doctor.
What is she been doing? Maybe give it another 10 minutes and perhaps. Give it another 10 minutes and maybe it'll come back. 306. You know what? We could get rid of this over here. Yeah, go for that. Give them at least. Then we'll at least rid of one of them. Oh, but you can't do that on this. Oh yeah, you can't do hero combos on it. Oh well. Then I guess we'll just do it on this guy. But if we do it on him, is it even worth it? I don't think so. It feels elite, man. Waiting for it to come back. Any minute now, I'll remember. Any minute now, it'll come back to me. Yeah, I mean, if I do that, then can we even really do damage on that? I don't think it's worth it. Let's just do this. It'll be more funny. Four HP. Come on, man. Couldn't you have killed it for me? Yeah, get rid of this guy. Oh, hey, what am I gonna do with two of them? No, give me another one. Thank you. Oh, that time you were too tired to check. And then she just vanished. That is very awkward. Yeah, we can get rid of the doggo. The demon doggo. Okay, that was awesome. Thank you, Spider-Man. But yeah, I did. He was live at a really strange time. Didn't he go live at like, I don't know, 8 or 9 or something? And then again at like 1 p.m.? But he went live at 8, yes.
I don't think I can hold out.
Very strange time to go live out of nowhere, but hey, I mean, I guess he just felt like streaming. He had the type and everything. What is this again? Increase the size. Oh, right. I don't have anything that like does damage. Do this.
Now for something real special.
He healed and took damage. I mean, I guess, yeah, we could just get rid of this guy. Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
Send him to hell.
See, that wasn't so hard.
You had no idea what to play tomorrow. Good question. I don't know. Maybe classic Minecraft.
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Holy shit! Okay, that was pretty cool. Fuck!
Fuck indeed, because it's one-off lethal. Classic XCOM. Classic. Classic XCOM moment. I gotta see Ant-Man 3. Nice. Hope you like it.
Still want a piece?
Give me damage cards, damn it. Hey, get rid of this card. Hope I like it? I hope not. I hope not. I'm not gonna see it.
Should come in handy.
Just need one other damage card. Then we could do this. I could do this actually.
Here we go.
Still not enough. I still need another damage card though. Just one so I can damage the other thing behind me. Oh, but this is a knockback, so it's not gonna work. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. How much health does he have? Eh, it should be okay, I think. Maybe. It's got more mixed reviews than me. What's that supposed to mean?
At least you get
Excuse
to
me?
travel to new, exciting destinations before you get beat up.
You're saying that to the rift charging device. What? Excuse me, Spider-Man? Spider-Man is a bit confused. Yeah,
Where have I seen that before?
I don't think he's realizing it's a device he's fighting. And not a human. You didn't see the state of play today, did you?
I'm going for it.
I don't think you did, because you're doing the Venom stuff.
Down, but you're not out of the woods yet.
Was it Spider-Man 2? No. But there was the Suicide Squad game. They showed 2 trailers for that and some gameplay, and it really doesn't look that exciting at all. It looks rather boring, to be honest. That game scares you. What? Why is that? Why does that game scare you? He's protecting the device that's 1 HP. Yeah, they even said that during the State of Play stream. They said it's gonna have a battle pass. Vengeance 2.0 feels broken, man. Yeah, don't say, because yeah, the combat also just looks fucking boring. It's a shooter. That's basically what it is. It's just a shooter. Looks like you're just gonna be shooting half the time. Not the whole time.
Another Hydra operation.
Doesn't look exciting at all. Dave, I am surprised by that. It comes out in May though. They give it a release date. But I'm surprised. You don't think you're gonna get it? God damn. I'm definitely not getting it. Because yeah, it doesn't look very exciting. What?
The Hell Ride is ready and waiting.
Tension's so thick I could claw it to shreds. Something, or someone, is going to snap. Did you hear Tony and Strange arguing? Who's next? Parker and Nico? Seen good troops lose their minds not knowing if a tank was going to mortar their bunkers, but seeing seasoned, enhanced heroes walking on eggshells is a new kind of unsettling.
What,
yeah, that would have been a lot cooler.
Stripes hoorah pep talk from Captain America.
Gotham Knights actually looks really fun. That game is also made to be played in co-op, but
channeled the tension.
That actually
different. Lilith's got too many tricks.
Seems like a single player game, unlike Suicide Squad.
I got a gut feeling that what's gonna
hang out with Spider-Man. I want to hang out with Deadpool.
I'll even be surprised. I'd even go so far to start taking bets, but that's too grim, even for me.
Yeah, I want to go fishing with him.
Don't you ever get tired?
Of what?
You know, being responsible for everything. Surprised your poor back hasn't broken yet with all that pressure.
No. Sometimes.
It can be stressful.
But it is part of the role we play as heroes.
I didn't know
He
hero
liked
chump.
it.
No offense, but I'm not bending over backwards for free.
Everyone has their own reason to keep going.
Mine is cold hard cash. But that still doesn't change the fact that our job is harder than me at a katana store. Just hearing the word hero makes me want to walk into oncoming traffic.
It is not that bad.
Says the poster child of heroism. Haven't you ever fantasized about leaving it all behind?
Well, I mean, that's not what I mean by it. That if it's easier with friends and not, that's not what I mean by that. It like looks like a single player game, Gotham Knights and stuff. Was that in the Suicide Squad game when you play it alone? You're gonna have like the 3 other heroes. They're gonna be butts. They're gonna be controlled by butts. You can't just, you know, do everything by yourself. You're just gonna have butts in the background with you fighting too. Yep, just like Avengers. Damn right. Damn straight. And plus, it's also gonna have, you know, the same like rarity ratings, like epic, legendary, and all the stats, like how much damage this gun does, how much damage this thing does, and so on. Like, yeah, I wish it was like Gotham Knights, where it's just you pick a hero, you go around the town, explore at your own pace. You don't need a fucking bot. You need 3 bots walking behind your back, fucking shooting every enemy they encounter. And it also looks like way too fast-paced. Not way too fast-paced. I'm sure some people like it, but you know, it looks really, really, really fast-paced. Suicide Squad. That'd be funny if they say that too. Just like, the big guy went down. The big shark went down. But yeah, exactly. So that really also sucks with Suicide Squad. Like, even if you play it alone, you're not really alone. You gotta have 3 butts with you. And it's just like, come on, man. I just want to do it by myself. It is. It's a shame you had to go out in a shitty game like that. Shitty game. Not out yet. It's not fair to say, but I don't know. Doesn't look too good though. We'll see what happens in May though, I guess, when it comes out. Charge too romantic.
You make it sound so alluring.
Because it is. You could just peace out and skip off into the sunset. Skipping is very manly, by the way. Cool way to go.
I cannot. I am needed here.
But you like the sound of it. What you're feeling is normal, Hunter. We've all thought about ghosting this lifestyle.
That is reassuring. Thank you.
Now, if you ever want to elope, you know where to find me.
What? I don't even think I have anything for you. Iron Man fanfic. I'm sure he would like that. Just give him a snack box. I think that's really all I have. Oh. They fixed this. Surely they would have fixed that now, right? Surely that's fixed now. With the buck trophies and Avengers.
Oh, we're definitely doing that again.
Clueless. Surely, right? Surely. Surely they fixed that right now, right?
People love me. Fish fear me.
What the fuck? Wait, that's actually a pretty cool shot. I'm gonna use it though. That's a nice shot, actually. Could have been a lot worse. It crashes every time you try to load it. Ah, well, that's promising. Nice.
Hi, kiddo.
Yep, they definitely have fixed it then.
What you doing,
I'm sure they
Charlie?
definitely have fixed the bug trophies in that case too. 100%.
Acunus ad sepulchrum.
Agatha, what are you doing?
Casting a protection spell over the Abbey. Now that we are in possession of the Parchment of Power, we must be vigilant in guarding against its influences.
What can I do to help?
What can I do to help?
You can't.
Oh.
This is a very rare form of sorcery, practiced only by those who have passed from this realm. But you can watch over the others. This spell will only prevent the worst type of harm the parchment can inflict, but can't stop it from making mischief completely.
Mischief? What sort of mischief?
There's no way of knowing for sure. But if there's one thing I am sure of, it's this. The words etched onto the page were written by Chthon himself. Not even my magic can silence them. They will affect us, if only in whispers. I mean, they're probably affecting us right here, right now, and won't stop. Not until Stark finally manages to nuke it from space.
Explain offers hope.
Then there is hope.
There sure is. But until that happens, we need to protect
Close,
ourselves.
right? I don't know. I haven't looked.
Speaking of, I should really finish this incantation. The spell cannot be completed without it.
I will leave you to it then.
Sleep well, Hunter. If you can.
Find out. Whoa, 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 dude. Relax, man. Why are you pointing a gun at me? $44. Wow, that's the same as Stray. 51. $29 out of 51. Not even close.
Next job I take has got to be on a boat. International water means no rule.
Weakling? What? But I never said I even went. I wanted to go for the platinums. Never even said that. Flashbang land. Lilith.
Are you finally beginning to understand now? Family protects one another.
Lilith.
Family loves one another. Family will do
Lilith.
anything to save one
Back
another.
there.
Is that not what these heroes of yours preach? Then why abandon you at the doorstep of that wretched pretender Mephisto, my precious child?
Hey, actually saved me.
After the traitor Blaze betrayed me to that demon, Robbie would
True
not leave
me,
my
it was
side.
mod check.
Ileana tore through reality itself to find me. I am here now because of their actions, not yours.
Then for once I am grateful to them. Still, I fear you have traded one problem for another. Say what you will about Johnny Blaze, but his soul is one of the strongest I have ever encountered. He has carried the parchment for decades without succumbing to its call, battled angels and demons alike, and rattled the thrones of far too many gods.
It almost seems like you admire him.
I simply state the facts. Now he is free of the page, and another takes on the mantle of its guardian.
Robbie.
Do you really think he will prevail over the Parchment of Power?
Robbie is not pleased.
You were right, Mother.
Mother?
I am?
Robbie will never be Johnny Blaze. He will become something far greater. I gladly place my fate and that of the world in his hands.
My original offer still stands. If you truly value your friend, relieve him of his burden and surrender the parchment to me.
Can I do that?
Ignore my
That
warning,
actually an option?
and Blaze's betrayal will be a fond memory compared to what is coming next.
Flashbang. You are, huh? Nice. How close is that to the end? How close is this to the end?
I hope the others slept better than I did.
Private DM from Scarlet Witch. I'm sorry, I'm already taken. I already have my witch, Nico. Thank you for training. Thank you for training, Han. I'm glad we now fight on the same side. If you have time, will you meet me in my room? I appreciate it. I have time to see that.
Thanks for coming out to meet me.
You wanted to talk?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you a question, if that's all right.
Ask away.
Why are you being so nice to me? I mean, I was your mortal enemy at some point, and I was the one who, you know, with Agatha. Wasn't expecting you, of all people, to warm up to me.
I think you're cool. What the fuck? It's that middle option. Hey man, I think you're cool. You're pretty cool, you know. Fist bump. Yeah, dude. What the hell? Everyone deserves a second chance. Why am I being nice? I don't know. Don't question it.
We all make mistakes, Wanda. And we all deserve a chance to make up for them.
Well, I've made some pretty big ones. Some would say unforgivable, even. Not sure if you noticed, but everyone seems to be afraid of me around here. Everyone except for you, that is.
You're not that scary.
Come on, Wanda. You are not that scary.
Are you sure? Because you seemed pretty scared when I was your adversary.
No.
Me? No. It takes a
You
lot.
saw right through my shades, huh?
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling about you. Anyway, I just wanted to say, thanks for not hating me. Or something along those lines. I'm
So
glad
that's
you're here.
funny. You said exclamation mark
You too,
question it.
Wanda.
That's funny. You gave me money. Thank you. What's that? No, Intone. What's happening in here?
No, that can't be. I had that dream too.
Maybe it was something we ate.
Don't
Is-
you mean someone?
Is
I
Deadpool
don't
in this
know.
cutscene
stinks of a
too?
hex or a curse or something.
If we all had the same nightmare,
No, right?
does that mean we all share the same subconscious neurosis?
God, I hope not.
I had that
Probability
dream
of
too.
Every single one of us walking the same dream state is 1,000,000,000,000,000 to 1. It must mean something.
Yeah, it means we might want to have a little chat with our friendly neighborhood hunter.
Oh, I knew I should have let Mr. Murdoch copyright that for me.
I still can't get that image out of my mind.
Same here. And that's saying a lot these days.
I'm sure there's a logical explanation.
Yeah, no,
for
Deadpool is
There
not
is
here.
The parchment.
He's sleeping
I knew
in.
that page would find a way of messing with our heads.
Or maybe it was warning us about you know who.
Of me? Why are they dreaming of me?
Did
Hey,
you
guys.
have a dream?
What dream?
Oh, why is he standing like that?
I'm here if you want to talk about it.
I'm assuming you had the same dream last night as the rest of us.
I am pretty sure I did not. What was it?
I'll let Wanda
Yep,
tell
that's
you.
literally what he
She's
was.
better at communicating
It's
those
like,
kinds of things.
talking
All I can
about
say
me?
is,
Talking about
what I
little
saw
me?
last night
No,
made me
I'm
worry
not.
about
It's
you.
not me. This is Lilith's work.
This is 100% Lilith. She is sowing the seeds of distrust between us by manipulating our dreams.
I was just thinking that. I was also thinking it could be the page, messing with our heads.
It is possible. The full effects of the Parchment of Power have gone largely unstudied.
And they will remain unstudied. Honestly, I can't wait for it to be destroyed.
So, you are not going to read it?
Hell no. And not just because I suspect it's giving me bad dreams. Because I know whatever Blaze read set him off so hard that he betrayed us.
He does become a little mean, yeah, after getting the page. Blaze can read?
Wait. Blaze can read?
Oh, man. I'm just glad he's not here to hear you say that.
Why not? I'm not scared to speak my mind to him.
It would be entertaining for sure.
What is Wolverine doing in the back?
Wants to talk to you. I should stop monopolizing your time and let her get a word in. Oh, and Hunter?
Yes, Robbie?
Take care of yourself, okay?
Thanks, man.
Really take care.
I always do.
Why cat and gun?
What is everyone so upset about?
A nightmare. We all had the same one last night, and it has unnerved us. Wondering if you had the same one too.
You are?
It'd be weird if you were the only one in the Abbey who didn't.
Well, then I'll wait for a day when you're not busy. The one about Lilith. I only have sweet dreams.
You mean the one about Lilith?
Wait, you had a dream about
You're
Lilith?
busy for the next
Not
year.
The one you all had?
No, Hunter. We had a dream about you. And
Oh,
it was a pretty
what a
awful
shame.
one too.
What? What about
Guess we'll have to wait a year to play it till Gub's available.
Let's just say you... something threw you above us. Your face twisted in what could only be described as extreme
But you
agony.
already have that planned out.
And that's as far as I want to remember. I don't want to freak you out. I mean, it was just a dream, right?
I hope so.
Probably. Everything will be alright.
I just hope you're all right. Nightmare or not, it's shaken us up.
Wanda, I promise you. It was just a dream.
How can you be so sure? We should probably stop talking now. Everyone is staring.
Stare.
They're staring?
Yep.
They really are frightened, are they not?
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, everyone here is just
Yeah.
as afraid of me as they are of you.
The parchment stays
Everyone just disappeared.
Come down to the forge.
I pinched myself awake and just thanked the staff of one it was only a dream. You would never side with Lilith against us, right?
Yeah, they were all looking
I
in
feel bad for even asking,
5
but
million different directions.
Never mind. Don't answer.
Let's address the spooky elephant in the room. Dreams are weird, huh?
What's up, Mexican Tony? Is the nuke done?
Hunter. I'm slinging some hot, fresh parchment blasting tech here.
Is this it? Is this the thing that will destroy the parchment?
Well, you better believe it. That's the Gamma Accelerator, plus a few tips taken from dear old Dad's notes, plus a few crucial adjustments, plus some revolutionary new tech created on the fly.
Are you sure it will work?
I'm sure you've got a million questions. Come to the war room and you can hear my full spiel. Trust me, you won't want to miss it. Oh, you are gonna love this.
Lilith is toying with our emotions and our minds because she is
Spent moves to cure allies. Yo, that's really fucking good.
I'm trying to assume it was Lilith. Ooh, new coil. Let's get to work.
You know how we prevent the prophet? Night,
Next time, could you dream of literally anything else?
Night, my sweet prince.
We're all late to class, and it's testing.
Cat gun. Oh, I already have an upgraded version of that. I'll get rid of this. Gets enough hype. Wouldn't really call it that, but yeah. I think that, I mean, if Marvel gives them the go, they could probably make a sequel, but I would rather them make XCOM free. I'd rather have XCOM free. Lilith.
Ready to work?
Sure. I still have one of my dead.
I'd be dead.
You'll be dead? I hope not.
Anytime now, Tony.
Yeah, you're being a little extra you right now.
Forgive me if I'm a little excited that another one of my...
Central is ready to
Hold
work.
up, we got it. Got the classified list. In the next couple of years. I mean, yeah. Hasn't that been confirmed for like the longest time now?
I don't like these apocalypse willies. I don't think the others have any nerves left.
Ooh, this one's specific for Deadpool.
I know we can't control our dreams, Hunter. Maybe we can help you learn.
What do we want an epic ability for? Scarlet Witch? No, it was never actually confirmed. Though I mean, that was pretty much a given, though. I'd say. I mean, there's no way they would pick another guy over him. I mean, that is so not really surprising to me, at least. Not really too surprising.
Coffee makes the bad dreams go away. Trust me. Just don't stir in any sugar or milk. Believe me, if I thought...
What are you talking about?
Only reason Tony
coffee, milk, and sugar?
You believe the cause is lost?
Didn't say that. Did not say that either. I've seen the world end a few times, and I'm still here to talk about it.
That is not saying much. You have a healing factor.
We can't all be born as unlucky as me.
Lilith won't stop until she breaks us all.
I sense my mother's intentions, and she is relentless and
Lilith.
dangerous. She does not care who she hurts or kills.
Lilith.
Good thing we got her apple on our side.
-1.
Apple? No, thank you. I am not hungry.
No, it's a sin.
Holy shit!
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
You were calling me an apple.
Holy shit!
I don't take kindly to the born yesterday routine, kid.
Oh shit, he walked up
I
to
am a
Wolverine
midnight
and said,
sun.
fuck.
I have made my decision.
Why are you
Like my
mad?
mother, I am
Relax,
relentless
Jesus.
and know my intentions.
Careful. Talking like that's a great way to taste your own boot. Your ma's got a brainwashing reputation. I've seen you out there. Others look up to you. Don't betray their trust. Otherwise, you and me are gonna have words and claws. One thing we can agree on. Hell ain't coming. Hell is already here.
Tasty boot. Yummy. Oh my god. He's photobombing the conversation.
I hate to ask this, but are you all right?
Hey Deb, how's it going, man? I'm fine.
Of course I am.
You sure? The dream, I mean, nightmare we all had of you.
The one everyone had, but no one will tell me
Seems
about.
on brand. That he would be here photobombing the cutscene. The conversation.
Protect you.
Protect me from what exactly?
Your mother, Hunter. Who else? If it wasn't for that collar, who knows how she might be able to manipulate you?
Well, the
I
cutscene.
wouldn't put it past her to invade your dreams, the way I think she just invaded ours last night.
You still had the cool down. Maybe she's not as evil as we think.
Or maybe these dreams you had are just the parchment's influence.
No, Hunter. It was more than that. I felt her evil presence. I can still feel it lingering.
Poor man.
Sarah, have you considered that your sister is not as bad as you like to think?
No, I haven't. And I can't believe you would even suggest something like that. Maybe I was right to be worried about you. Sorry for snapping. It's just... In any case, best to keep our wits about us. I just don't want anything to happen to you, kiddo.
I finally had a lucid dream! Or was that reality? It's hard to tell. Oh, maybe it was sleep paralysis. That would explain...
That would explain...
I don't like to say that I do my best work under pressure,
Cut his
but
mic.
I think this time, I even amazed myself.
I'm impressed as well.
This is impressive. You did this work incredibly fast.
Chug a few Stark drives and there's nothing you can't speed through. Hopefully the sugar crash doesn't hit me while we're destroying the page.
If you manage to stop the prophecy, I will be the first to sing your praises.
So you're promising karaoke. I'm gonna hold you to that, Hunter. This thing won't fail.
What about your father's research? Do you feel comfortable using it as the basis for this canon?
I'm only perfecting the stuff he started. It's like I took all the skeletons out of my family closet, dusted them off, and now they're going to do community service.
It is powered by skeletons.
Don't worry, figure of speech. No actual skeletons in there, just massive amounts of gamma radiation. Our friend Banner thought he was going to use it to get supercharged. But this thing's going to shut his team down, permanently.
I hope you're right.
I really hope you are right. Defeating Banner would be a nice bonus on top of destroying the parchment.
Well, more than anything, I want him back. Back on our side. Where he belongs. I don't think this thing can grant all my wishes, but it can't hurt.
So, what now?
Now comes the hard part. Explaining my plan to the team. I wonder if I have time to whip up some diagrams. People love diagrams.
Looks like you got the jump on me.
Robbie knows the Parchment of Power's got nothing on him.
Wait, what do we do now? Do we have to do a mission?
Hunter, hello.
Of course.
Wait, what now? He said he was gonna do a speech for the team. How does he do that? Do you have to do a mission for that? I guess I could check the board, see if there was a main quest. Ah, there is. Okay. You just gotta do the main quest. That was weird, because I thought a cutscene was gonna trigger or something. But yeah, I guess the cutscene triggers when you do that. Reset the mission. Who else do we want to bring on this? Spider-Man? Sure, we bring Spider-Man.
Well, you know what they say about practice, right?
The fuck, man? He's about to kick me in the face. That's not fair. I promised Wolverine I was gonna eat his boot. But now we just ate Spider-Man's. Las Diablas. Holy fuck. My Spider-Man's not even here. Fuck that, man. That opportunity stacks gamma cannon to test. Can it really destroy the final page of the Darkhold and prevent the prophecy of the Midnight Sun? Let's do it.
Now, I know a lot of you aren't used to the scientific method. So, take a breath, let it all soak in, I can talk.
Why is he already suited up, Spider-Man?
You want to shoot the indestructible Page with a giant ray gun.
A giant gamma ray gun.
You can't just blow up the Parchment of Power with gamma energy. It isn't done.
He has a point.
Look, you and the Hocus Pocus crowd had your shot. Now it's my turn. Mine and Howard's.
Your father's research.
Pops wasn't trying to weaponize gamma energy. He was trying to supercharge it into an almost unlimited power source. Should probably thank Bruce for helping me realize that. Problem is, gamma energy has a threshold. Push it too much and it goes boom. Big time.
Enter Los Diablos.
Birthplace of the Hulk.
And the last time somebody tried putting Pop's theories to the test, entire areas still saturated with that same modified energy. If I can channel it through my accelerator cannon, well, that gamma field Page of yours
will go boom. Big time?
Bingo. Huge time.
We're gonna need a tremendous amount of power.
And not just gamma. Yo, Lost Boys. And Lost Girls. Saddle up.
Why is he already suited up, Spider-Man?
Sabretooth's still out there. They ain't going nowhere without me.
The more the better. Somebody's gotta clap when I thwart the apocalypse. Again.
He's always ready. He is. I remember another cutscene he was already suited up too. What? Wolverine? What the fuck? Is that what you're going in as? Oh my god.
This plan seems crazy, right?
Ah, you can change really quick. Okay.
This plan seems crazy. So, here I go.
Judgment is on its way.
Hey, yeah, it goes right on. Deadpool is here.
Last night was no dream. Lilith
Why are you two hanging out?
Please, Mr. Batty, don't attack me. Then I'll turn around and
Flash Jeep's crazy. This Flash Jeep's crazy. Now he's out of his suit.
Hey, if anyone sees Robbie, tell him I bought popsicles. He can eat those, right?
Stay focused on Tony's ridiculous plan. I'll keep an eye out for Hydra.
Your enthusiasm is infectious, Sarah.
I'm allowing this to move forward, aren't I?
If anyone sees Robbie.
Robbie and Tony are
Robbie
already
standing
in place.
behind
Good
me.
luck. We all need it.
Certifiable.
So it's not just me.
Wait, I completely forgot the entire plan.
Damn.
We'll just wing it.
It is going to take a miracle to pull this off.
We don't do miracles around here.
Yeah, hexes and curses only.
Oh, the fuck? That's such a long conversation. It's a little left. Got him.
What's the word, kid?
Nothing. Nothing is definitely the word.
Oh, well, nothing's good. You don't have the Abbey masking you in that Page right now. Just keep a safe distance a little longer until we're ready here. With even one blast, my gamma cannon will drain the ambient gamma energy from this entire valley. This is gonna have to be a one-shot deal.
Then don't miss.
Got that part covered.
Then don't miss. Hit he.
This is by far the worst plan I've ever been part of. And I've done jobs with Deadpool.
Robbie cannot hide that Page forever. If there is any chance of removing that...
Nah, I don't think it has anything to do with Gamma. I don't know what could be that idea.
Speaking of...
Yo, Fast and the Flamius, what did I just tell you?
Stark!
What did he just say?
Power up that damn ray gun!
What?
Stark! Multiple targets closing on your position!
That ain't Robbie.
Activated gamma collectors now.
How long do you need?
How would I know? I just invented the damn things yesterday.
Then keep going. We will hold the line.
Alright, what the fuck?
Stark.
Too smart for your own good. Ignore the
Oh
others.
no, it's him.
It's time I return home.
It's the turret from my blood guy. Beat all damage before they can destroy the device. Everyone with stronger time.
If you could go ahead and stop them from attacking the highly vulnerable gamma collector, that would
What,
be
the drink thing?
Feel free to come down here and throw a few lasers at him.
Ober's pretty good.
Yeah, sure, no problem. And while I'm down there, which one of you is going to initialize the accelerator to fire this thing?
Fair point.
We will hold this position as long as necessary.
Trust me, it'll be worth the wait.
Can I move? Jesus Christ, man. Enemy... Oh, environment attacks do increase damage. Costs less. Lady environment reinforcements. Don't think it exists around you. Yeah, that believe it. No, it's pretty, I don't know, rad drink, I guess. Gotta go to like special places to get that kind of thing. It's places that specializes in that, you know.
I'm gonna rip you.
Leave some for the rest of us.
But that's funny. You said you buy it on the 30th of February. They don't know. Unaware. Could kick this guy into that to stun him. I don't really know if I should target this guy. Probably should, so we're gonna have to deal with him at some point. But right now he's just he's not going for the device. Yeah. How much up do you have? Let's see. Hopefully I'm not gonna regret this later. Goes blind. This man and him going blind. This man and his blindness. Dazed and confused. 89. $252. That would make him really close. Even LeoXDrb. Dazed and confused. Dazed and confused gov. How big is this? Pretty big. Oh man, it sucks we can't kill this guy this turn. But we could make this guy really low though.
Kiss it goodbye.
Good work.
Nah, why specifically 480k, huh? Why specifically that? Omega combo.
Move with me.
Ever a $500 million.
We'll have to try that again some.
Next I should deal high damage reply wound. Well, that's gonna happen either way because I can't do nothing. So who's gonna take Omega damage here? damage. Yeah, but he didn't attack it. Oh, 450k. Well, if I'm not gonna add a redemption for me to end the stream. It'd be for me to change the DBD.
Not lost interest.
Getting real tired of running in.
40 down.
Maybe it's time I cut off your feet.
Mother would just give me another pair.
Mother. So wait, who's going for the device? No one? No one's going for the device.
Hearing about your mama too.
Agreed.
What? Random roll. What a scam. No, I think that's perfectly fair. That's a perfectly fair and good deal, if you ask me.
Maybe it's time you quit this racket.
That is a chain. How much health does that have? 43. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Go for it.
Some leader
Yes.
they are.
TPT Valorant. This guy. Valor Sit Sleeper. The most bland looking uninspired game. We mostly have buff cards. I can't really heal anyone. That would only affect we can't waste. Sure does. It sure does exist. You got that right. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to redraw this because I kind of want to keep all the other cards. Oh, I really want to try to use this. But I need another card in this situation here. Give me one that gives me like hero points. Oh my god. Well, I guess I'll create a free portal. Battle of everyone. Really now. Who's it blackmailing you right now, Gov? Tell me, it's okay. Who are you being blackmailed by right now? Yeah, well, we're just gonna have to end the turn. There's nothing much we can do. Nope. Help. Help me. I'm being held hostage by this cat. Sounds about right.
It seems they have brought more friends.
Sounds about right. One more ready reinforcements. No one is going for the device still.
Better not be dragging your
So
feet.
get any good cards?
How does one drag their feet in the air?
Not really.
I'll explain later, kid.
But I'll use this.
Advantage is mine.
This is terrible. I barely have like any damage cards. Wait, how many is that? That's 4. Yep. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to get rid of the big guy.
Now it's my
Omega combo.
right here.
I am not myself.
Jesus, dazed and confused once again. I don't know if you could hear it. That was so quiet. Man, give me some cards that I can actually use. Please. If I do that on him, it's gonna knock him through the portal, which is gonna stun him. Which is probably a good idea. Yeah, we should be cool for one more turn. Yeah, stun this guy. Yup. Did the turn. No, give me some good fucking cards next turn. You heal. Interesting. Just 2 dogs? Okay, we can work with that. And then he clones himself. Alright, just give me some good cards. I can actually just fucking. It didn't give me anything.
Lilith has put a great deal of trust in your nemesis, Logan.
Yeah, she really knows how to pick 'em.
You sound bitter. If only Mother had chosen you, right, Logan?
I'm nobody's minion. I leave that to suckers like you.
You were too weak for this fight.
Oh god. Oh god. Wait, what? I thought he was supercharged or whatever, and he was supposed to do like omega damage. How did you not kill Wolverine? Oh, I guess he's not. He's just still on fire though. Oh, well, that's lucky. He has corrupt. He should be okay.
Just what I need.
$29.
am impressed.
Where are you going for now? Oh. Holy shit, that was one hell of a knockback. At least he's not dazed and confused. Environment attacks deal increased damage. Oh, that would have been perfect if there was another explosion over there. Alright, well, we could do this. Not enough to kill him, though.
Done waiting. That will do.
$123 health. He should be fine. He should be fine. Yeah, do the Omega combo on this guy, and then we should hopefully. Yeah, we should. Yeah, we should be fine.
They cannot defy.
We should be fine, I'm sure.
Who needs practice?
Alright, let's see. How much do you have? 49. Oh, we can actually kill him with the box. Perfect. Let Wolverine have the kill.
You adapt to that.
Nice. Then we have this crate we can do. Can I hit both of them? Wait, hold on. Really? I just can't get both of them. Oh, they are just perfectly placed, so I can't get both. Oh, well, maybe. The magic pixel. I think it's just because it's freaking out. Oh, never mind. There is right there. Jesus. This is hard to get accurate. This is hard to get frame perfect. There you go. With a thumbstick. We got it. I don't want to. Oh my god. Because select the card. Well, now we're going to do it again. Find the magic pixel again. Check Discord in a minute. You got it. Actually, hold on. I will. So let me know when to check it. Gotta turn on your phone. Oh. Hey, go find the magic pixel again. Right, that's it. Right now, it's only this dupe guy and the dog that's going to attack the device, which is fine. This has been attacked until now. So. Yeah, just let me know. Let me know if I'm going to check Discord.
Must be desperate. These are her best. Mother.
Not mother again. I mean, you are technically right. Lilith is his mother.
You picked the wrong one, bub.
Give me some cards that do damage, damn it. Forceful knockback. Even enough to kill them.
Now that was something.
No, don't run away. Give me a card, please. That does damage. Move an enemy. Oh my god. What will I have to do? Move him, I don't know, on top of this guy's corpse.
Nice move, bub. Taking practice.
Everyone's corrupt.
Whatever works for you.
Is he gonna heal? Oh, he resisted it. Nice. He stole health from the thing. Oh wait, no, I didn't even steal health. Okay.
Hydra hasn't gotten much better over the years.
Wait, no, don't do it on that guy. Do it on this guy. Okay.
Your mother abandoned you.
And then, before we kill the final guy, let's just heal ourselves up.
Oh, the light's gift. Let us see if they have an answer for this.
And then we just go throw a rock at this guy.
Not looking good for you.
Send it? I'll check. Okay, in a second.
I think we're ready to rock and roll.
Because it's probably, yeah, it's gonna play a cutscene now.
You don't get it, runt. There's magic pumping through these veins now.
You got that right.
Logan!
Guys, not sure how much longer we can keep this up.
Then don't wait on me.
Ah, crash. Why was he so far away?
Get another deal, oh please. What did Lilith offer you? Better gas mileage?
Not quite.
Return. Tried to avoid this mess, you know.
What?
But y'all had to do things the hard way. You were right, kid. I am a coward. Been running from this moment my whole life. World's really gonna beat this thing, it'll need someone strong. Like you.
Johnny! Wait! No!
3, 2, 1.
See you soon, Brox.
Flashbang. Well, rip. Rip the original Ghost Rider.
The sleeping Titan has awakened. The Herald of Chthon.
No, it's the freaking Hulk. And I just gave him an upgrade.
I think it's full Hulk for as many turns as possible.
Now,
Wait.
before we all start talking, I think it's important to recognize that my theory would have worked.
This is Dr. Banner's other side.
The horns are new.
That's not all, Tony.
Taking damage or taunt increases offense.
Through Mother's eyes.
You know, damage with
That sounds a little
heroes.
weird too.
They should have everything damage with heroes other than the current target one. Infinite lives. Jesus. Well, hold on, Hulk. I gotta check this score. It's in collection showcase. Let's see, what does he post? Oh shit, it's this game. Signals? Yeah, I think it's pronounced Signals, right? Yo, wait, I didn't know that game had a physical version. Hold on. Yeah, this game right here. I've looked at this game before. It looks pretty interesting. And it's like a horror game too. Oh. It's like brand new, fresh up the press too. I see. A few days ago. Nice. Hold on. And then there was a photograph with it. Shut up, Ghost Rider. The nice photo. It got scratched. Oh yeah, here. It's bad, man. People are not taking care of your package. Hey, you played this game not too long ago, didn't you? How'd you like it? He's pretty fucking sick. Oh, it was on Game Pass. That's how you got to play it. Oh, I have to survive 4 turns. Okay.
Getting it done anyway.
Better than Wanted Dead. This guy. This guy is Wanted Dead. It's all good. Comparing everything to Wanted Dead. Hey, yeah, but I mean, that's nice. Really nice that you managed to get a physical version of it. It wasn't scary or anything. 'Cause it's meant to be like a horror game, right? Do this first before I do anything.
Feel my call.
$32 damage, wow. After being attacked and told by a hero phone, we take increased damage from other heroes. Keep switching. I don't have any other attacks though. I don't have any other attacks though. Oh wait, I could actually do this and then do Blade Storm. What did I say? Oh, I asked if it was scary or not. Because it's supposed to be like a horror game, right? Penance Stare. Go for it, Ghost Rider.
Vengeance has come.
Why is it so laggy? Oh my god.
None are favored. All will be judged.
What a shame this dog is attacking Ghost Rider. Oh well. But yeah, I just asked if it was scary or not.
Guess we're not done yet.
A little bit?
How was I supposed to know Bruce would try and ride the lightning? We needed a way to destroy the parchment, and I gave us one.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
You see, this guy gets it.
Ah, yeah, do this. Oh, a friend recommended it to you? Survival horror like Resident Evil. I heard someone compared it to Silent Hill, but I don't know about that really as well. I play a Silent Hill game. Yeah, it's like Resident Evil as well.
It was your time.
It does seem really interesting.
We will stoke the fires of hell with your soul.
Yeah, how much? 100. Wait, I. Does some more damage if I knock him into me. Oh.
You are not worthy of her.
Jesus.
You know that's not enough.
Iron Man, do your signature move. Throw a rock at this demon dog.
Let's do it.
That is about everything we can do. What the fuck? 110 damage. Oh my god. Yeah, it's probably a bad idea to have them all grouped up like that. Oh, fine. How many more turns do we need to survive? Like 102? No, still 3.
I should probably thank you for helping me break through, Tony. You don't know how frustrating it's been.
I think I liked it better when the big version only used single syllables.
I'm sure it was to your advantage keeping me down.
Don't get all broody on me now, Bruce. That's just Lilith talking. I'm saving my energy for them.
Do that so we can revive him. Got 30 million now in yen. You only level 23. Oh shit. Yeah, I have to revive my own character. Wait, is that was the game you were in deaf in, right? That was the game you owed like 1 billion yen in, right? Or something like that. Oh, that was Yakuza. Oh, okay. Gotcha. $4 billion yen in banishment. Chill your money. That's the banishment money. You can't spend that, unfortunately. Alright, well, I should probably move my own character away from here.
Where will you go?
God, if I do this, he's gonna die. Throw another card. That is also terrible right now. Another card, please. That works, I guess.
This shouldn't take long.
Your investors love you right now. Hey, that's what matters. Corpa. Gotta keep the investors happy. Gotta keep the investors happy. Exactly, Corpa. Corpa. Gotta keep the investors happy. And we'll do your worst, Hulk.
will wait no longer. You will see her.
Okay, that's not too bad. At least it didn't do 1 trillion damage. Wait, you get to attack more than once? Okay, now that's not fair. Dazed and confused. Can I have my healing card back? I desperately need it. I desperately need my healing card. Oh, they're all going for Hunter. And there is...
We're not getting anywhere with this. Might as well be throwing pointy sticks.
How did you ever manage to control
Oh,
him
just
in the
one more
past?
turn we need to survive.
Control is a strong word. I'd say it's more like we pointed him at something and hoped for the best.
That is not reassuring.
I need to do this.
Your suffering begins.
Oh my god. Might as well get a 0 since you brought it up, Copper. Might as well get a 0 now, Leo, since you brought it up. Make a few investments, you know? Copper. Become a businessman. Copper. Oh, you don't even own all the businesses yet? Yeah, gotta own them all. You gotta have that monopoly in the whole town. That gives me 1. Get rid of this cat so you can get a better one. Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to make it cheaper. Although, I guess that maybe could work. Don't know, let's see.
This should be good.
Okay, now that is quite expensive. 900 million yen.
Whoever gets the job done.
Yeah, I gotta save up a little bit.
Sure, why not? Don't mind if I do.
So the next Iron Man card is free. So what if we discard this? Actually, yeah. What if we discard this? Is it gonna give me an Iron Man card? Fuck. Well, actually, if I do this here, this could maybe work. I'd move Iron Man over here. And then use this to knock the Demon Dog into Iron Man. Then Iron Man should draw a card and I should be free to use that card. I think.
Oh, that was something.
Yep, perfect. It drew an Iron Man card. Shame it's such a weak Iron Man card, but whatever. An Iron Man card is an Iron Man card, I guess. Actually, I might as well just save that for the next round. Yeah. Oh, do your worst. Okay, at least he left Hunter alone. That's good. We did it. Clap.
Such power.
It is like fighting a god.
Taking him down before, we can do it again. Just need to...
All these years, Tony. Letting you think you were my equal. I could have squashed you so easily.
People leave.
You let us go. Not sure I want to know why.
The Hulk will deliver the page to Lilith, just as it was foretold. Just as she planned all along.
All right. Because you're telling me she orchestrated all of this?
My mother always gets what she wants. With the dark hold in her grasp, there is only one thing she is missing. Me.
Whoa. Such a Big Mad. What a name for a trophy. Big Mad. That's a cool comic picture though. But also, what the fuck? Is that even humanly possible? That's what? That's a lot of games, man. That's like 9 games plus 1 DLC. Is that even humanly possible? I don't think that is. It's not for me. With how slow I am.
Been saving this cigar. It's my Victor Creed's Gone special treat. Only thing is, Magic took out Sabretooth.
Wait, are you serious? The dev have actually done that?
Knew one day he'd cut
But they
off more
streamed all the games?
I just thought Creed's reckoning
0
was
through
mine to
6.
deliver.
Could have been you.
Magic is too young to have this on her shoulders.
I agree. Can't tell Magic what to do, though. Got too much of that Rasputin headstrong nature.
It is indeed dark times when the youth must make dark choices.
I'm worried about the kid. You change when you cancel someone's check. We can't afford another one on our side pulling a banner.
Those are some crazy devs, man. Jesus. Completed all of them in 1 month. I could not do that. It's not fair, man. They're all devs. They knew they know exactly how the game works. That's not fair. They made the game. I can't do that. I'm gonna need like a month alone just for 1 game. They did it in a few days. Wow, they didn't even take an entire month. Just a couple of days and then they were done. God damn it. No, I can't do that, man. Sorry for Liana too.
Battle offers us no easy choices, and none of us emerge unscathed.
Liana's growing on me. I guess I gotta make sure she doesn't end up like me. Last thing I need is another Jubilee. She could come in handy against Hulk, though.
The Hulk situation worries us all.
I've survived a few dust-ups of the Green Rage monster. 2 reasons I walked away. Healing factor, and I got the feeling that Banner was holding the green guy back. I don't get that feeling anymore. Do you?
Perhaps Banner was either way.
Dr. Banner may prove an ally to us.
Your mom's play of turning
Your
Banner
mom
was smart. She controls Hulk's only weakness. The part that was on our side.
They did it in a few days. They didn't do DLC. Oh, not DLCs.
Hulk and I have tangled before.
But side
but
quests.
It was nothing like that.
They didn't do the side quest, right? They only did main story stuff.
Demon Hulk fights on another
You don't
level.
know. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I'd have to guess, they probably only did this story. If you're knowing me, I can't do that. I'm gonna be distracted and end up doing a few side missions.
Sure, Captain Marvel.
And if your mini games all added.
What I do, but you're right behind me.
Everyone's gathered in the chapel.
Hunter, are you any good at writing eulogies? I mean, it's not like Robbie's gonna let you write a eulogy for Blaze. Seems like this is something he's got to work out on his own. But a little backup never hurts.
And what are you doing?
Me? I'm here to support Robbie. He watched his personal hero sacrifice himself. He shouldn't have to grieve alone.
Should hurry him along, how rude. I'm concerned about Robbie too.
I am concerned about Robbie too. Blaze's betrayal and his sacrifice, it could be overwhelming to him.
The guy's been through a lot. That's why I want to help him get closure. I'm sure he'll be fine after that.
Closure? What is that?
What is that?
Yeah, you know, closure? Like, after you have a breakup and you insist on making your ex go out for coffee so you can tell them how they made you feel.
Do you think that is effective?
I've watched hundreds of hours of daytime TV talk shows that say yes. So, as soon as Robbie works this out, we'll be good to go. Robbie will figure out what to do. Eventually.
I can't get Blaze out of my head. I don't mean possession or anything, just everything that happened.
Tell me what you were thinking.
On the one hand, he was my personal hero. On the other hand, he tried to destroy you. On the other hand, he sacrificed himself to save me. How do I honor him and still be truthful? It's too many hands.
Remember his sacrifice.
No matter what betrayals he visited upon us, he did the right thing in the end. You are standing here because he sacrificed himself.
Maybe so. I also remember Mephisto's sulfur stench, and Blaze's generally awful attitude. Can I really talk about the good and ignore the awful? I don't think so.
Whatever you decide to do it quickly. I am afraid we are running out of time.
You really helped clarify my thinking. Thank you. I'll figure something out by morning. Promise. This is so hard. Maybe we should just have a memorial barbecue.
Memorial barbecue. Memorial barbecue for Ghost Rider. Doggone.
I have lots to talk about. Too much.
You're looking stronger than...
Enough, Tony. We tried and we failed. Time to admit we might not have all the answers on this one.
We needed to act, and that's exactly what I did. Yeah, okay, the plan didn't work out. I'll come up with another. If that doesn't work, I'll try again and again. Until I win.
You win.
You know what I meant.
I know exactly what you meant. Listen to someone other than yourself for once. Stand down, Tony.
Not while I can still fix this.
Stand down now, before we all go down with you.
What do you say, boss? You know that I've got this, right?
Don't let me doing magic right in the middle.
Is Rogers right?
I hear
Could the
conversation.
star player get benched after one mistake? Or maybe you're smart, and you know I can get us across the finish line.
I'm on your side.
I have faith in you, Tony. One failed
You
plan
got
will
this,
not
Mexican
change
Iron Man.
The great hunter has spoken. I knew you'd have my back. Anything else,
Well,
Rogers?
solid con, bro.
They turned me down last time I asked for a tour of NORAD, but I guess this...
Meanwhile, Deadpool's just sitting here. he's not part of anything. Anything related to the main story. Deadpool, Iron Man, Captain America. Black and white Captain America. American Iron Man. Corporal Canada. Canada Deadpool. Can I don't think I can put them in the pool, can I? Only do that when it's daytime. Well, we're supposed to sleep in game, so. But I'll be right back really quick. I'll be right back really quick, gentlemen. Hey, I have returned. Right, let's go to sleep.
I will post about this on my socials.
What the fuck? All the planets are aligning. Pot free, the champion of God. What pot free? We are at the final bit. Talk to Nico. Wait, where is Nico? Oh, they're all back in the chapel.
At least we got Wanda back.
X-Men comic.
The chatter points to large numbers of soldiers crossing.
No, he just needs help.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Upgraded light hunter ability. Ugh.
Thanks, Hunter.
Oh, you really want me to? Have epic quality combat items. Yeah, I mean, might as well research it. It's the only thing I can. I can research.
So, how's the whole saving the world thing going? Sometimes, I even impress myself.
Guardian strike while in hand gain for triple each turn. Advertise. That, why don't I use that?
Another magical mystery box.
Oh, because it costs heroes, so I don't use it. Legendary ability now. What do we got here?
This is some of my best work.
There is no legendary ability. Excuse me. I have been jabasted.
See you, Hunter.
Yeah, it's because it costs hero points. That's why I don't use it. Leave it to me. I have 2 of those. Double. No, these 2 are like. They're like too good. They're too good. Jesus Christ. Three of them got Indra in that previous mission. Jesus Christ. Lethal Pounce. Chain 2. Full combo. Gain 1 strength. Oh. We can even go upgrade it.
Lots of talk about Transio.
Holy fuck. Oh yes, get that. That's really fucking good. By just moving they get cured? That's amazing. Yeah, put Ghost Rider in here. He needs it the most. He got severely fucked up.
Let's do this. Don't stress it too much. There's no wrong answers here.
How much does it cost? 100? Yeah, and I have 700. Yeah, okay, we can definitely do that. It ups the damage.
Let's see him try to handle me now.
Vault does increase damage. What is that? No max level to training level? What the fuck? Infinitely leveling it. Yeah, to get that too over here.
Better test this out next time.
What? Oh my god. Out of all the legendary cards you could get, you get 2 of the same one.
A bit of all three.
In the Air Force, we call them betting odds.
In the Army.
The Army? What?
We call that hard intel. Semantics aside, Hydra's never been this active. Hearing about sleeper agents pulling out from all the major 3-letter agencies.
Can't believe I find myself wishing Red Skull were still in charge.
Hydra hasn't been
Boom headshot. I have that. Oh, we can upgrade it.
There's something going on that we're not seeing.
I have 3 of these now. 2 turns, I just need to gain resist. A free mocked agent in an area. Yeah, I have 3 of them. I don't like them. Hey, hold on. And also, why do I still have this one? Create a drop with an increased range of KO enemies too. No, why do I have that? It's a shield. Do I really not have anything better to replace that with? No. I can't craft the better shield card for him either. Ultimate fighting machine. Increase ability option in analyzing gamma coils.
Something to keep us occupied?
No.
So, do you have much experience with smithing? Perhaps.
Why can't I need another? I need to get another shield card for him.
Hunter.
Oh yeah, right. Upgraded light hunter ability. I forgot. Someone wanted me to do that. It was Iron Man.
Practice makes perfect.
It does more damage, sure.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
No, I'm not gonna use it. I had a light card. How do we know it's a light card? Don't remember. Oh, because that's holy in the name, I think.
Not every.
Only holy card I'm using is Holy Spark. I don't have another holy card that I could use. Oh yeah, we saw each ally. No. I don't. I don't have any holy card to use that I could upgrade. That sounds good. So why is it so quiet? What the fuck? This game is being weird today, man, with the audio. Anyways.
Time's wasting, Hunter.
Let's just find the cheapest one.
Dogs. No excuses here.
Is this really the only one? Oh, I don't really do that because it's the 125 heroic. That's such a waste because I'm not even going to use it. Is that all? Can I really not upgrade the heal? Is that not considered a light card?
New and improved.
Did I complete the mission? Okay, I did. No, that works. Thank God.
Seriously, Hunter, if I can focus on the Hulk issue. Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
Holy burst. Added to the collection. That gave me 6 friendship levels. Oh, EXP. No one's really close to leveling up.
Time to take it to the next level.
Right, yeah, I think we did everything. Now all we gotta do is just talk to Nico.
Always knew Blaze would bite at doing something reckless.
I'm jealous of Charlie. She sleeps whenever and gets all the pets. Where are my pets?
Good point. Someone pet Deadpool.
Caretaker told me not to polish my weapons in my underwear. Ah, can you believe her?
I ain't much of a conversationalist. More of a fighter. Never been in any situation I couldn't claw myself out of.
I needed that.
It sucks that they disappear when you go sit down.
Relaxing.
You can't chill at the pool together with them.
Hey, Charlie Warley Puppy Face.
What the hell? That nickname. A new region. New regions are available in Beaver mission can appear in any region that has been unlocked. The not so good book. Yeah, I think part 3 is the last part. And this is the last area, whatever the hell this is. Where is this? Is that a volcano? Man, what is this? Maybe I actually made a decent amount of progress with the main story.
The Abbey cannot shelter us from Lilith's.
So when did you want to
Our
talk?
time to stop Chthon is running short. At this point, I'm willing to try just about anything. So if you have any bright ideas...
Bring the fight to Chthon. Sure.
We should not be sitting here waiting for Chthon to return to our world. We should take the fight to Chthon.
Everything we do here is to prevent Chthon from returning to our plane of existence. We don't go to him. That would be suicide.
I will fight him wherever I see him, no matter what those books tell you.
These books tell me Chthon has been a threat before civilization began, when all that walked the earth were the Elder Gods.
But what else? Surely there is some bit of knowledge we can use. What other things did you learn?
I could keep you up all night blathering on about this, so tell me specifically what you are curious about.
Everything. Who were the other gods?
Who were these elder gods? Tell me about them.
Siblings brought into existence on this planet by the Demiurge, the source of all life. These beings were named Set, Gaia, Ashtur, and Chthon. They ruled the planet for many millennia, each of them pursuing their own interests, increasingly battling each other for supremacy until finally it became too much. New gods emerged to topple the old gods and remove their influence from our world.
Nothing lasts forever, even for gods.
Was Chthon always evil?
Was Chthon always this monstrous evil from the very beginning?
There was always something wrong with him, but his insatiable pursuit of chaos magic eventually corrupted him in ways he could never reverse. While Chthon's sibling Gaia sought to nurture life on his planet, Chthon sought to absorb it into himself, to remake all life in his own twisted image. It was because of that evil drive that Chthon was banished to another realm.
And there he waits, ready to return when the opportunity presents itself. Like now.
Like now.
Like now. What happened to this world?
If Chthon returns, what exactly will happen to this world?
The world and all life as you know it will cease to exist, but it will not vanish. It will be recast in Chthon's image. We will exist only as extensions of Chthon, and the world will only serve to keep him alive.
What a hellish existence.
Why is the Darkhold so important?
What about the Darkhold? Could it not provide us with secrets of Chthon?
The Darkhold is dangerous in its own way. With Chthon locked away in another dimension, this is how he has sought to influence events in our world. It is Chthon's own words laid down in print. We cannot trust it as a reliable aid in our battle. It would be like trying to defeat Ultron using his own memoir. Nothing good will come of it.
And the writing is probably awful anyway.
How important is the Hulk in Chthon's plan?
The prophecy mentions the sleeping giant awakening. If that is Hulk, how important is he to Chthon's goals?
I'm not sure, other than his presence complicates our ability to stop Hydra and Lilith's efforts.
Something will have to be done about him, or Stark may lose his mind.
I'll let you keep reading.
I do not want to hinder you anymore. Keep reading. Surely there is something we can use.
I hope you're right. And I'll keep digging. One more book. Maybe that will have the answer.
Let's talk to Nico.
Lilith's tomb won't...
Guess you overheard our conversation.
Some of it.
Let's face it, this doomsday scenario might be a little too on the gothy supernatural side for the Avengers. So, it's time for them to move over and let the kids take the reins.
Finally.
The Avengers are clearly out of their depth.
Damn straight.
+1.
Now it's our turn to screw it up.
You do not sound too confident.
I just don't want to jinx it.
So, do you have a plan?
You mean a plan to stop Chthon from serving us all up in his all-you-can-eat cosmic flesh buffet? We don't have all the deets nailed down as of yet, but we'll work it out. Till then, keep this under wraps until we know what we're doing. I don't want to freak out the Avengers any more than they already are.
Will do.
Cool. Catch up later. Hey guys, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but we need to start stepping up.
I don't understand. I thought the Avengers were supposed to be like the greatest superhero crew on Earth. I thought they would do better than this.
You should know this by now, Robbie. Meeting your heroes is always disappointing.
They were never my heroes.
Hey, don't be so hard on them. They're doing their best.
You don't get an A for effort in this hellscape.
I didn't.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm sick with sitting on the sidelines while the
No,
Avengers
right.
keep striking.
Scarlet Witch 2 wanted to
So
talk.
am I. It's time to take
Hang out with Spider-Man for some reason. This box already came back? What the? Magic, me and Iron Man. This is all it's giving me now. Just the night shift outfit for all of them. Big McDonald's Iron Man over here. It's actually not too bad. Pretty good. Not gonna use it though. There we go. Where is Batman? He's busy. He's busy being in a bad game. That comes out in May.
I feel bad for Robbie.
Do you think what Peter said is true?
What? Why did he just
Agatha
disappear?
forgives me for what I did.
And no Agatha forgives you.
I know she forgives you.
Yeah, right. You can't know that.
I do, though.
Well, I do.
No, you don't. No one does. She's dead and it's all my fault. It's always my fault. If I had learned to control my powers better, she would be here today.
Learn from your mistakes.
Maybe there is a lesson in all this tragedy.
Yeah, I do. I talk to her all the time in the library.
You
We're
learn
making
what
funny
happens
little
when you let yourself get
concoctions
out of hand.
in her cauldron.
The best way to honor Agatha's memory is to learn from those mistakes in order to ensure it will never happen again.
See, you say it's not my fault, but that's not really what you think. You think I'm as dangerous as Caretaker does. I still haven't been able to look her in the eye since I've been back. She hates me.
No. She fears you.
She does not hate you. She fears you. And there is a difference.
Yeah,
Plus
well,
one.
I fear myself.
I fear you.
So, I guess that makes two of us absolutely terrified of me.
Then show yourself and Caretaker that there is nothing to be afraid of.
I'll work on it.
Agatha would want the two of you to be reconciled.
I know. I just don't know if I can make that happen.
Try. For Agatha.
Yeah. For Agatha.
Agatha.
I, kinda need a few more minutes alone with her. Go on without me.
I will take my leave then.
Thanks, Hunter.
Light in the shadows. What the fuck is this? The light inside the hunter continues to grow. Unlocking the light to a new hunter passive ability. Continue earning light points to unlock further rewards. What? What just happened? What? I got that just now from talking to her? Cape or no cape? That's nice. Wait, which one is the light one? What's this? Wait, this. It's gonna be fine, right? I don't know. Doesn't really look like it. Looks rather bland and generic. Looks like it's gonna be. Looks like it's gonna get boring after like the first hour.
I do not think I can face Sarah.
Oh, I got 150. We'll save that. Can be hope. You actually want hope? You actually want hope for the Suicide Squad game? Right, that's everyone that wanted to talk. Hey man, I'm just being honest. Doesn't look like it's gonna be that exciting. But hey, who knows? Maybe you will like. Maybe you'll like it because you like those types of games where you gotta grind and stuff, right? Yeah, go for Nico.
You know I know magic, right?
Why is the subtitles up on the ceiling? Oh yeah, I do remember that. Oh, I really need to do a side mission to continue this. Oh man. Yeah, that's a few of them, yeah, that you could do. Doesn't sound too bad of an idea. Do the second one this Halloween. Sounds like a good idea.
That collar of yours does not look good, Hunter.
You know, I feel like this might be a good point to switch, since it's just the beginning of part 3. And it wants me to do a side mission before continuing. Plus it's getting late. You all know what Leo's gonna play at Halloween. Boy, what am I gonna play at Halloween, huh? What am I gonna play at Halloween? Who overrided the autosave? But why are you giving me that look? Excuse me? What's wrong, boss? So why is it taking 10 years to save the game? Probably because I used it. Probably because I overrided an autosave. I don't want to say. Why not? Why not? Huh? It's not DVD. Like the past couple of years we played, like last year we played Outlast Trials on Halloween. Yeah, before that it was, I think it was Outlast 1 or 2. We all, oh no, it was Visage. Yeah, it was Visage with face cam, and then yeah, the year before that, then it was Outlast. Yeah. That's what it was. So see, we always do that on Halloween. The special ghost face cam stream.